Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is not only an honor, but also a great joy to welcome you during the 10th Freedom Games, to welcome you here in EC1 in Łódź, and all of you watching us online. You can watch us on our websites and our partners' websites. I'm Olga Brzezińska, and I will have the honor and privilege to assist you through this fascinating and inspiring adventure we have prepared for you. The Freedom Games is an interdisciplinary creative agora, a place of deep intellectual deliberation, discussion on the vital issues, and the meeting point of people representing various areas of public life. The topic of this year's Freedom Game is Turning Point, a special moment when our future is going to be determined, the future of the humankind and the planet. We would like to send a powerful message that we're at the point which is pivotal for our life and development, that we deserve and we can afford a better future. The place where we are today is the symbol of renewal. This is the place which used to experience its turning point, the power plant of Łódź, and now EC1, which is the center of culture, open space which is hospitable and offers inspiring meetings. 3 days of discussions about the most important challenges and best solutions ahead of us. The agenda of the Freedom Games extends the reflection on our social and political condition. The next 3 days here in Łódź will focus on the debate of the future. 7 stages, 120 meetings with the participation of over 600 guests. We are very happy to have you with us, and we wish that after the 3 days we leave this place wiser, with new perspective, more interested in the world and in one another. Let us feel inspired before another turning point on the 15th of October. And now I've got the honor to invite 2 distinguished guests. The first meeting will be with the presence of the representative of Ukrainian nation suffering from unjustified aggression of Russia, a distinguished Ukrainian poet and writer, Oksana Zabuzhko. Weronika Gogola will be the host of this meeting. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our meeting is going to focus on the latest book by Oksana Zabushko, The Longest Journey. The story of this book is amazing because it was created during the promotion of the previous book, quite unexpectedly. It is written with great power, and this is like the last attempt to explain to the Western Europe why we shouldn't be afraid of Russia, which is non-typical for us in Western Europe, but the Ukrainians are the nation not afraid of Russians. This is also an attempt to explain the Ukrainians' place in Europe. When we last met, it was 2018. We met in Slovakia, and you were a woman with a suitcase, and nothing has changed. You were traveling to Switzerland. You've been traveling throughout Western Europe for many years, and you try to explain to the Europe, to the people, what Russia stands for and what Ukraine stands for. Your book starts with an ironic comment that yet again you need to go to Poland and explain everything from scratch. You keep on explaining things, but we hear it over and over again, but the knowledge seems not to reach us. Now I'm asking about the moment when the war broke out in Ukraine. You were then in Warsaw promoting your book. Has anything changed throughout the year? The floor is yours. Thank you very much for this question. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We met in Slovakia some time ago, as you have mentioned, but it has been the second time I've been visiting the Freedom Games. The previous time was 5 years ago, 2017, 2018, in a different location. So I would like to congratulate to this new great location. It looks really stylish. I love places which are post-industrial, renewed, serving the future. This is the sign that the city has been renewing and growing. For me, as a person from Ukraine, who came here from the country where, due to obvious reasons, since 24th of February last year, the topic of renewal, renovation, reconstruction of Zaporizhia, Bakhmut, Kharkiv, Mariupol, and other cities ruined by the Russians. This is the topic which is dear to my heart. I feel high-spirited in these walls because it offers some hope for us that we will renew as a country one day. So thank you very much for this hope. I would like to congratulate on the location to the Freedom Games, and thank you for the hope. I have already started answering your question. Well, before the 24th of February last year, I had not been a woman with a suitcase. I was and have been a writer. We should speak openly, who of us before the 24th of February 2022 in Western Europe had been interested with Ukrainian literature a lot. There were 3-5 writers whose books were translated into Western European languages. Kurkov, Zabushko, Żadan, Andruchowicz. And again, the same names, all over again, the same 4 names, which have been reverberated in various combinations. Then, when your book is published, you go to present it to people in other countries. Then you have to explain everything, give interviews, and answer questions concerning your country. This turns out to be a side effect of an international career for a writer in this part of Europe. After the 24th of February last year, because the book we're talking about starts with an explanation that I was unlucky or lucky. Well, I am a lucky person because that I always find myself in a kind of historical turmoil. This is a kind of luck for a writer. Journalists tend to envy this in my situation. My previous Polish book, which was a collection of essays, was published in Poland on the 23rd of February. That's why I arrived in Warsaw for 3 days, and I was woken up by a ring in the hotel and the telephone from my home. I talked about it a lot and I wrote about it, that somebody called me from home and said, "Honey, it has started. The bombing has started." Since then, I have been explaining things and answering questions. The questions that were asked as the core of this book. The book was written on commission. That was the first book written on commission. It was an Italian publisher. I called my agent after the 24th of February. She said that I should explain what we missed in Europe, what we missed in Italy, in the cultural context. What have we missed? She wanted me to include it in 100,000 characters. I answered it was not possible because it was not about the period of 8 years. Initially, the West including Poland, was supposed to understand that the war did not start on the 24th of February, but it started in 2014. And it did not stop throughout the period of 8 years. That was the period of Ukrainian-Russian war. The Europe had a vision that it was a local frozen conflict. But that was actually the issue of the Western European approach. All these countries of the former Soviet Union, why these countries shouldn't reunite. Putin's propaganda was supported by the period of the previous 20 years of intensive work with public opinion in Europe. The war was very well prepared from the information point of view. The war was well prepared, but you said we should come back to the 18th century. Russia had been preparing for manipulating the West from the very beginning. Yes, indeed. You pointed out a very important aspect, that Russia as a concept has been a facade from the very beginning. They used to steal the best from the countries they had been conquering, and they turned it into their own history. The most drastic example is Kiev, Russia. I remember from Polish manuals from school that it was the cradle of Russia. Let us stop here talking about language. We talk about Russian pierogi, which are not Russian. This is the period when they were called Ruthenians, and it lasted until the 21st century. No, we are no longer Ruthenians, we are Ukrainians. And pierogi survived. Now it turns out that for an innocent Polish person, Polish ear, we should know that pierogi is not the Russian dish. They are Ukrainians. They are Ukrainian, but the word dates back to the time when it was Russian and from Moscow. Because the Moscow Empire was called Rossiya, and Rus in Greek, Rusin or the Ruthenian, it was only the name used since 1721. Previously it was Moscow. And perhaps it will be like that one day again. Right, the concept of the great and small Russia was imposed. For many Western intellectuals, it has been functioning ever since. You can see it in the responses to the Ukrainian war and the problem of nomenclature. Right, we are coming back here to the issue of our Ukrainian responsibility, meaning the responsibility of our ancestors who, as a matter of fact, invented the empire at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th century. The whole idea of the empire with the cradle in Kiev, it was like a spiritual beginning in Kiev. We are considered the second Jerusalem and the center of Eastern Christian religion. And the new military capital is somewhere in the north, in Moscow, Petersburg, which is more international. It is like a melting pot. Bringing people from different countries to build the empire. As a matter of fact, it seemed to be multicultural. It was like an attempt to create a multicultural empire. All these archaic bullshit that today Putin expresses in the quasi-historic statements about the Holy Ruthenia, Skerieps, whatever this word means and how to translate it from Russian. So sorry to say that, but it was all taken from intellectuals from Kiev in the 17th century, from Theophan Prokopovich. These were the people who had the idea of the Great Russia and the Lesser Russia, which was like the spiritual center, and the Greater Russia, which was full of colonies.
And this Russian mir comes from the Hellenistic word. It's from the Greek language, from the Greek Christianity, Greek Orthodox religion. So the idea that it was us here in Kiev provided the spirit to this huge empire that we follow north, and we teach these wild Moscow people how to pray, read, write. I would like to ask you about one thing. Did it happen that they went there and then the Moscow people sent their people to Ukraine? No, Moscow people had no one to send to Ukraine in the 17th or 18th century because there were no schools. The first higher school in the Russia was the Moscow University, which was opened at the end of the 18th century. And in this university, most of the professors and students were people coming back from this lesser Russia, from Kiev, because Kiev had the Kiev Mohylen Academy. Before, we also had the Ostrovska Academy. So we had the high schools, we had university schools. At the time, of course, we needed secularization, and we had schools, and it was us who sent our reformers who were like missionaries. In the north. So they were bringing civilization and innovation, and of course they brought the Christianity. So this reform was originated in Kiev. Maybe we shouldn't be proud of it right now, but it explains why Putin nowadays is saying these archaic things, because in the meantime, there was nothing new invented in Russia to justify the development of the empire. This empire cannot be modernized, because after the 300 years we can say that the empire simply cannot be modernized. So now they need they get back to Kiev to finish the appropriation which in the 18th century provided the Moscow Empire with the European face. It was our face, it was Kiev, Ukrainian face. Without this, this cannot be legitimate. So there is only violence which is maintained by different nationalities, and in the fact there is only the gulag, imprisonment, there's the tradition of violence, of war, and Putin really needs Prokopovich, although he doesn't use the names, but he needs our people to continue to pretend that he's the president of the European country, but it's only facade, and it's revealed, everybody knows, and it was revealed when they came to kill Ukrainians, to kill the cradle, their cradle, the cradle of this facade, the cradle of this so-called European empire. So this explains, you have mentioned that we are not afraid of Russia. We are not afraid because we know Russia at its core. And it's like bluffing. It's the bluff of this great country, great nation and empire, the empire that cannot be modernized, which is very archaic, that can be dissolved. It has to collapse. There were two attempts already in the previous century. In 1917, after the World War II, there was an attempt, and this empire was not strong. So another bluff was invented, another international movement based on the leftist ideologies of the 19th century, and it was inspiring. People believed in the Soviet alliance. People believed that it will free them, and it will mean affluence to the working class. So then there was another bluff, there was another attempt of modernizing the empire, and the empire collapsed. Chechnya wants to be independent. Tartarians announced that they are independent nations, and the republics are not even mentioned. I'm afraid that our time is up. We went back into the history. It's very important. We have just started our discussion, so it's not about what was happening 5 years ago. We need to look at the history of Ukraine and Russia. We need to start with the 18th century to be able to understand that from the very beginning it was a bluff. And the history of Poland is also important because there was this need by our 17th century intellectuals. It really all started with Warsaw. The Hadiat Union came too late, and the noblemen, Orthodox noblemen, were not recognized by the Republic of Poland as the equal country. So it resulted in the search for some alternatives. Search for some alliances with the white people we were trying to civilize, but also we wanted to show to the Poles that we could do this. And who was the winner? Well, we had no time to talk about Jesuits and Basilian issues. We have no time. So now the 300 period is coming to the end, and we need to understand it's important that it's not about any local conflicts. This cycle of 300 years is coming to the end, and now there is this opportunity for all of us in this part of Europe to fix things that were broken by our ancestors. But we need to listen to good advisors, that is Ukrainians, because they are resistant to the bluffs and they understand Russia. So we need to read books by you, and we need to read books by Ukrainian authors, because you understand Russia. You know, you are experts. And also I have this hope that we have to stop being focused on Russia. We should appreciate these societies that were fighting for the freedom. Slava Ukraine!
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Spiritus Movens of this event, Błażej Lenkowski. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests of the Freedom Games, the viewers who are sitting in front of the computers and TVs. This year we are celebrating the decade. It's the 10th edition of the games, and the watchword is very current. It's filled with hope, the turning point. It has a lot of dimensions. How to interpret it professionally? Which spheres of life require the turning point? We will hear about this during the 3 days. There will be many speakers talking about these topics, so I'm not going to describe it in a comprehensive way. Before my speech, I was thinking for a long time whether there is a factor that is more important than other, one factor that can help us to make sure that during this autumn, in the longer time perspective, the turning point of our activities, plans and hopes will be possible. To us, that is a certain formation of intellectuals, ideologies, people who address the freedom values, who want to have personal and economic freedom. We are attached to democracy and the rule of law. As far as ideologies are concerned, they are different for all of us, but we can follow the same route when it comes to the most important matters. And it's good that we are not the same, because this kind of cohesion is in the North Korea, and we can actually discuss things, which is a great value. maybe it will be obvious, but to me, what is of fundamental importance, it's also the problem of the democratic aspects we have been witnessing for the past 8 years. So it's the skill of building teams and having long-term cooperation, the leadership that can join people, unite people, people can support one another, loyalty, not a blind loyalty because it's pathological, but the loyalty where we share values, ethics, we know that we are united by more things, and different personal dislikes are irrelevant because we have one goal, and this goal is of fundamental importance to the future of Poland. We need to understand that we have the right to make mistakes. We are in the learning process, but we also are able to learn on the mistakes, and we are not focused on our ego. And such cooperating teams never give up. They are more efficient, they have this team spirit, and they never give up. So we need to learn how to be the team. The Łódź team, because Łódź is very good at this. My daughter and I, when we are playing together, we are the A team which supports each other. So if we want to have the turning point this fall, which we can have, we need to become such A team. We need to be determined in our actions, but it must be teamwork. Is this naive? It's necessary. I do hope that all of you, all of us, people who are here, who are in front of their computers, I hope that you are ready to become the A team, especially for the next 30 days, and to address the topics which are of huge importance. When we are talking about important topics, I would like to invite all of you tomorrow at 20 past 8 when we will inaugurate the campaign of our foundation. Now I would like to address the topic which is still the topic we need to discuss during the Freedom Games. Andrzej Poczobut, who is still doing the 8-year imprisonment, who is isolated for the past 6 months. This is the turning point that is required. So we need to remind to the rest of the world, and we will do it from this stage for as long as he becomes free. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just starting 2.5 days of intellectual feast. I hope that you will leave the event with inspiration, full of energy to act. The inspiration would not be possible without the work of my wonderful team, our subcontractors. I would like to thank them all for the huge effort, especially for the last couple of days. I'm very proud that I can work with you, and thank you very much for this. This inspiration would not be possible without our partners. This year, it's over 100 organizations that are working for the Games Federation. I'm not going to list all of them. You will be able to meet the representatives of these organizations during these 3 days. I'm going to list these organizations and institutions with which we cooperate most, and we have many-year cooperation. So strategic partners, thank you to the City of Łódź, Mayor Hanna Zdanowska, Łódź Center of Events. I would like to say thank you to the co-organizers of the forum, which develop 2 programs, the European Liberal Forum and the European Climate Foundation. I would like to thank our partners, Atlas Network, Neumann Formation, IKEA, Orange, Rising Tide Foundation, Google. Thank you to the partners of the Freedoms. I would like to say thank you to the supporting partners, Allegro, Amazon, Economic Freedom Foundation, and Incredibles. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to wish you the inspiring 3 days and lots of positive energy after the Freedom Games. Thank you. As Błażej Lenkowski has said, the initiative of so many dimensions as the Freedom Games would not be possible without support, involvement, know-how, experience of all the partners. But since here in which we do appreciate relations, I would like to make sure that you can see the faces of our partners. So I've got a pleasure and honor to invite the great supporter of championships, the mayor of the city of Łódź, Hanna Zdanowska. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Freedom Games is a unique occasion to talk about very important issues. Over 10 years ago, when 2 young people approached me and they told me that they would like to have dialogue, conversation, they would like to meet with people, to share thoughts. I said yes. I said it's a great platform to build even better, even more understanding, and sometimes even more efficient Poland in action. At the time, I didn't expect that we would have the situation that nowadays we are talking about different issues. We are talking whether we will be able to see Poland we do remember. So we are just approaching the key moment, the turning moment, the unique election which will be held on the 15th of October and which can restore our joy, smile and the option of having the true dialogue, or maybe the result will leave us in forgetfulness. Actually the result can cause even more problems in the society, and for always the result will take us from the place we are dedicated to, that is the European Union. So that is why this moment is so important, and so are the discussions that are going to be held, because they will convince us to the fact that on the 15th of October we will remember where our place is. We need to go to vote, so there are only 30 days left until the 15th of October, so we will need to convince, encourage, talk and build, as Błażej has said, one community, fantastic A-team that will restore smiles to our faces, that will restore tolerance and freedom of our choices, and will restore beautiful fatherland. This is my wish I would like to share with you. So have a great Freedom Games. All the best to you. And I do ask you, remember the 15th of October, remember to meet in the same place, meet at the voting polls. Thank you. Thank you very much for this speech and another encouragement to go and vote on the 15th of October. Let's meet at the ballot box. Now I would like to give the floor to the representative of the Open Society Foundation.
And that democracy is at stake. And this pivot that we're all heading toward, it's not a single moment. It's going to have many very important moments. And what makes for a strong democracy is the strength of the ideas of the people who hold up that democracy. It's the strength of the actions of the people who hold up that democracy. And it leans on every single one of us. Every single one of us matters in a democracy, and that's what's different than autocracy, where the individual and the desire and the passion and the happiness play little or no role. And so Open Society Foundations is very pleased to support this event because it's all of us engaging in dialogue that's going to change the world. It's the ideas and the strength that we give those ideas. It's the exchange. It's the acceptance of opinions that are different than our own. And it's grappling within a system that is imperfect. Our democracies are imperfect, and they have to deliver better outcomes, but it's us grappling with improving society that is going to make the difference. So I look forward to discussing with you in the coming days, and thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy Open Society Foundation.
Thank you very much, Open
Teraz
Society
zapraszam
Foundation.
na
And
scenę.
now I'd like to give the floor to Alva Finn, Executive Director of the European Liberal Forum.
Attending my very first Freedom Games as the Executive Director of the European Liberal Forum. We are proud co-organisers with Boja and Olga from Liberté of this truly ambitious model of civic participation. As a Liberal Foundation, the European Liberal Forum spends a lot of our time thinking about how to make liberalism relevant again. The conclusions of our new European Liberalism project, which focuses on modernising liberalism, is that communication is key. Liberalism is losing support not because liberalism fails or that liberal policies are no longer relevant. We fail because we fail to engage and communicate, and liberals are not owning their own discourse. Liberal approaches are being appropriated effectively by others, and liberals themselves are left thinking that we don't have original ideas to sell. In its 10th year, the Freedom Games' reputation as an innovative liberal hub, a place where ideas are grown, is beyond question. This year's Turning Point agenda, in advance of the Polish elections and also the European elections next year, is a well-placed reminder that we need a long-term strategy based on communicating and engaging with our electorate rather than lecturing them. That's what the Freedom Games is all about. The partners, think tanks and liberal organisations and the conversations we have here at the Freedom Games are absolutely crucial for reinventing liberalism for the modern age. The 12 rules that we've come up with from our new European Liberalism project focus on defending liberal values that have helped the Western world prosper, like open societies, free trade, mutually beneficial globalization and community. But we're also focusing on coming up with common solutions to protecting the environment, to protecting our rural communities, making sure we have access to innovation and offering people a sustainable welfare state. So at ELF, we promote a hopeful future because we want to communicate the classic cornerstones of liberalism in a new way and invent positive liberal solutions to new problems that will make liberalism relevant all over again. It's very easy to focus on populism rather than to look inwards as liberals. I hope that the Freedom Game will serve not only as a meeting point, but encourage us to look in the mirror and help shape a powerful narrative for liberalism as we head into the turning point of the 2024 European elections. Thank you. Have a good Freedom Games.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you very much. Antoni Bielewicz, the Director of the European Climate Foundation. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We live, work, study in extremely interesting and difficult times. The times are shaped by many trends and phenomena. Some of them we already do understand, but the nature of some of them is still a mystery which has not been fully determined, described, and understood. It seems that in a dozen or so years, reading historic books will be really an interesting task. One of the trends shaping our reality, including social, political, economical reality, is climate change. In the area I work with, the turning point has a very clear and negative meaning. The turning point is the moment in a phenomenon where changes aggravate and intensify a dozen or so, or 100 or so times. When we talk about climate change and climate protection, we are facing such turning points. But we, as the foundation, decided to support the organization of Freedom Games, not to scare you and not to remind you how pivotal environmental protection is and how important it is to reduce carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas emissions. We decided, because fighting climate change is a technological, economic, political, social, ethical challenge, and the challenge of how to bring up future generations. I'm very happy and proud that during the next 2.5 days, in addition to the topics related to politics, you will also hear about how the physically well-defined phenomena affect your everyday life and what we all can do to limit, slow down, but unfortunately not stop the climate change. I wish you fruitful discussions and lots of optimistic reflections. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Lars Andre Richter, the FNF Foundation for Freedom representative of the designated project director of the Central Europe and the Baltic States.
Dear friends of liberty, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here. It's a great pleasure and honor to be with you tonight. For me, it's the first Freedom Games, first participation. Congratulations on that occasion to the organizers. I mean, it's a special year, special anniversary, 10th years is a great issue to celebrate that. I think Naumann Foundation is very well known. We have been working for about 60 years now worldwide to foster democracy and its values and principles all over the world. I think we have currently about 40 offices abroad with activities in, I think, between 70 and 80 countries. So it's a quite successful story. I had the great honor to work for Naumann Foundation in past 5 years, in Latin America and Buenos Aires, in Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Brazil. And before that, I worked 6 years in East Asia, South Korea, and was in charge of North Korea. I think that is a quite good preparation. North Korea, so it's as a kind of as a very brutal dictatorship. So the neighborhood to China is an authoritarian regime. So plus Latin America, I experienced then various forms of populism, and I think that is an issue here in Europe as well. So I came back after a little bit more than more or less 11 years to my home continent, and the situation is completely different here. I mean, we have a war here. But again, I mean, that is a very big drama, very big catastrophe, and it's part of a very big philosophical philosophical conflict between authoritarian and populist regimes on the one hand, and democracy-free societies on the other hand. And I would say, let's keep optimistic. I think we, the liberals, the freedom fighters, we have the better ideas, the better philosophy, the better concepts. So I think the future is ours. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to meeting you in the upcoming 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'd like to give the floor to Patrick Etting, Rising Tide Foundation.
It's a pleasure to be here again. This is my second Freedom Games, and I want to thank the Liberté team for putting this on and the amazing work you've done in advance. I'm here representing the Rising Tide Foundation, which is a Swiss-based philanthropic foundation, and we believe that the market economy, in concert with limited government and rule of law, holds the greatest promise for freedom and prosperity for all. Freedom, in our view, is the most explanatory factor driving and shaping human well-being around the world. And we believe that prosperity occurs when society respects the dignity of each person and his or her right to act as a moral agent. And we take a human-centric approach to our philanthropy, as we believe that within each human person, there's an inexhaustible well of creativity and innovation that is waiting to be unleashed. And through our portfolio of more than 150 projects over the past 12 years that we've funded around the globe, we seek to unleash this potential within the human person through our focus areas of private sector solutions, system change, empowerment of individuals, and teaching freedom. So if you're working in any of these areas, I'd love to talk to you at some point throughout these 3 days. So that brings me to today. I'm thrilled to be here on behalf of the Rising Tide Foundation. And as a foundation, we're really thrilled to partner with this one-of-a-kind event in Europe that's placing classical liberal principles in practice through open dialogue, discussion, and debate toward the end of preserving and enhancing the liberal institutions that have made it possible for widespread economic growth, prosperity, and freedom for many of us in this room. And the prompt that's in your booklet tonight, the first sentence, it says the future is not determined, and that is true, because it's shaped and molded by communities and individuals who are free to choose their own objective in the next stage of the story. And it is essential that we preserve this freedom amidst challenging circumstances. And I'm looking forward to exploring how we can best do this together over the next 3 days. Thank you again. I look forward to talking with you more.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank
Zapraszam
you
na
very
scenę
much. And now
Marcina.
I'd like to give the floor to Marcin Olander, manager for public policy for CE at Google YouTube. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to welcome you during the 10th anniversary Freedom Games. Google has again been the proud sponsor of this event. Through the exchange of opinions on the key topics related to our world, we promote the concept of freedom and democracy. Freedom is among the pivotal values we have. This is indispensable for development and progress of the humankind. This is the opportunity for every individual to pursue their route and to unleash their potential. Freedom is the essential value for our company. We believe that access to information, free exchange of opinions, and expressing one's opinions are indispensable for future development of democracies and societies. Freedom is not given once and for all. We need to nurture it and fight for it. Previous years have been a challenging time for freedom. COVID-19 pandemic, brutal aggression of Russia on Ukraine, economic crisis caused by the aggression. These are only some of the challenges that we are facing nowadays. In the face of the challenges, I do believe that sticking to the concept of freedom is even more important. We need to collaborate to build a world in which every individual can enjoy the freedom and use it in the same manner as others do. That's why we consider such events as Freedom Games important, the forum for exchanging ideas and discussing the most important challenges for the society in the 21st century. This is the place where we can deliberate on how to protect and promote the concept of liberty. This year, the Freedom Games title is The Turning Point. This is a valid statement. At this point of time, we are going to face a number of challenges, so it means a real turning point. We've got a war, climate change, and economic crisis. These challenges pose a hazard to freedom, to safety, security, and prosperity. A tremendous opportunity lies in tech development, AI. I am fully convinced that yet again the Freedom Games will be a great opportunity for open, positive discussion on such topics, namely how to face the challenges and at the same time preserve the basic value of freedom. I wish you fruitful discussions, lots of inspiring meetings. See you during the next 2 days. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to Konrad Ciesiałkiewicz, Scientific Council of the Children's Rights of Janusz Korczak Institute member, head of Orange Foundation. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On the International Day of Democracy, according to UN's decision, on behalf of the Orange Foundation and the Children's Rights of Janusz Korczak Institute, when we talk about children's rights, I would like to point out one aspect. You enumerate a number of democracy meters. Our approach, the approach of companies and institutions to the most vulnerable ones, is matter. By definition, children are a group of vulnerable individuals. I would like to thank Błażej Leszek and the whole Liberty team, organizers of the Freedom Games, for accepting such topics. This is not the first time such topics have been mentioned during the Freedom Games. We are going to discuss them today and tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to seeing you, ladies and gentlemen, during our debates. We'll discuss the topics that we tend to avoid every day, namely that there is a relationship between the natural trend to dominate over another person at home, at school, in personal relations, and the fact that the recent research revealed that 30% of people with secondary and tertiary education present authoritarian stance, and they're fully convinced that authoritarian stance is right. Owing to Liberté and the organizers of the Freedom Games, we are going to discuss the subject matter. I would like to thank you for it and see you during our debate tomorrow. It's product placement. See you tomorrow at 11:30. However, there are lots of points on the agenda devoted to children and the youth. We know that nowadays they are not only underappreciated, but also we have seen a kind of recourse in the approach to their rights and subjectivity. These are the topics we are going to discuss during the next 2 days. Thank you very much. I would like to wish you fruitful discussions.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Ewa Baturo, Employability Project Leader at IKEA Retail in Poland. Good afternoon. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you on behalf of IKEA. As IKEA, we are very happy that again we can be a partner to such great event as the Freedom Games are. It's great to meet with people and talk with people to whom another person is important. Talking about different perspectives and exchange of our idea generates a value that is very important to IKEA. This year's topic of the games, that is the turning point to IKEA, is very important. I think that both we as the organization and to each one of us, it's very important because we have witnessed many different turning points in the previous years. I hope that the discussions which will be participated by our representatives will be inspiring to you. And now I would like to invite you to two discussion panels held tomorrow. IKEA will take part in the panels. The first panel will start at 11:15 in the planetarium room and we'll be talking about responsible business and unexpected crises. After the panel at 12:30 in basement ring area, there will be a discussion panel during which we will be considering the following topic: refugees and business, challenges, opportunities, new perspectives. At -2 level, next to planetarium, we have prepared an IKEA zone for you. We have arranged it to stimulate inspiring discussions. We also added some more inspirations from IKEA, because in that place you will be able to see a documentary that will show you the placement program about skills. So you will hear contributions of the refugees that took part in this placement scheme. So in 5 IKEA stores in Poland we delivered the program. We have also prepared fragments of the publication that will be published in October. It's named the Inspiring Book, and it will be a collection of inspirations and good and interesting practice how to prepare organization to employ refugees. We hope that the Inspiring Book will be the turning point to build excluding and friendly jobs. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a successful participation in the games and have fruitful discussions. Thank you. And Tom G. Palmer, Executive Vice President for International Programs at Atlas Network and a Senior Fellow at the Cato Institute.
Is a well-known slogan of the Polish nation. Poles have for centuries fought for your liberty and for the liberty of others. Tadeusz Kościuszko dedicated his life, his honor, and his fortune to liberty in Europe and in America, including for the enslaved Black Americans with whom he strongly identified. Poles today must again fight for your liberty. And you are not alone. You have sincere friends all around the world. Atlas Network, with which I work, is proud and pleased to be able to co-sponsor and support this event. Our network comprises 539 organizations in 102 countries. And just as all of them stand with Ukrainians today and their struggle against a totalitarian power, we stand with Poles who are fighting authoritarianism, cronyism, nepotism, and who seek, and against those who seek unlimited power. Now is the time for Polish patriots to fight for Polish liberty, for the rule of law rather than the weaponization of law, for equal justice for all rather than cronyism and nepotism, for an open and democratic society against the accumulation of power after power after power. Liberty is in the soul of the Polish nation, and the soil of this region, which has known so much tyranny, has been fertilized by the blood of many martyrs and heroes of liberty, and they call out to us today. I was recently in Ukraine to help Ukrainians in Kramatorsk and Kharkiv and Kherson in their fight for freedom against a totalitarian evil. If Ukraine falls to Mordor, to the evil empire, All of us are under threat. But for the same reasons, Poland must stand as a stronghold of liberty for the Poles, for the Ukrainians, for Europe, and for all of us. My friends, you are not alone in your fight for your liberty and ours.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we're talking about the strategic, financial, content, medium support, our partners are our pride and our treasure. So we are very grateful and we welcome them today. And let's say thank you to them by giving them a round of applause.
Or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem, zajmowała się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze. Stop kryminalizacji aborcji.
Kobieta decyduje.
Dzień dobry.
Dobry.
A mogę drugą? Dla szwagra.
Dla szwagra.
Serio? Dla szwagra. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, by zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next 3 days, we will hear different definitions of the turning point. Every year, the excellent, wonderful audience of the Freedom Games is joined by new participants. I would like to introduce the next speaker, a special person who is very important for Liberté, for Freedom Games, for Łódź. Leszek Jażdżewski, the Liberté editor-in-chief, the co-founder of the Freedom Games, Europe Future Fellow in Vienna, Policy Fellow in the European Policy Institute, a graduate of the Memorial Fund. He's one of the leaders selected by the Teraz Polska associations. Before he was in Oxford University. In a moment we will see him on our stage. Leszek Jażdżewski. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 10 years. It has flown. I recognize some faces. Throughout all these editions, I have met with many of you. I remember a story when I was sitting on the 3rd of May in the first row next to Donald Tusk. And there was a moment when the rector of the university finished his speech, and the Prime Minister started looking around and said, "Where is Graś with my speech?" And I told him, "Prime Minister, I lost my rucksack in the last row, so my speech is somewhere there. So there is a problem." We decided, because if your speech is not here, nobody will take any notice. So this is when I thought, well, we will see. But there are situations when it's worth forgetting the speeches. Today I will make sure that this is exciting speech for you. From the hermitage of privacy, from the whirlpool of the work, we need to take away these people who are against the Commonwealth, who appreciate more their independence, and they prefer to be subjectionate. So this is the beginning part of the Dream About Poland, which opened the edition of Liberté in June 2008. Over 15 years ago. And you are sitting here in front of me. Hundreds of you will join the Freedom Games. Tens of thousands, and many of you, I know, have participated in numerous protests and manifestations. Many of you are involved in the monitoring of election. in Poland. I remember that when I was writing this 15 years ago and 10 years ago, when together with Błażej and our team, we were starting the MODES at the time, Freedom Games, I never thought that this civic commitment I was appealing for in this edition will gain such a spectacular dimension. None of us probably feels that we can triumph, because this commitment does not only result from the internal need. It's obvious that there must be an internal need to go out, to protest, to leave our comfort zone. I think that this commitment, which also brought you to the Freedom Games and to all these protests in the last 8 years, is due to the feeling that something very wrong happened to the rule of law, to democracy and our freedom. Thousands of texts and appeals would not give as much as the fact that the judgment of the Constitutional High Court was not published, and also if not the public reaction against the liquidation of the legal abortion in Poland. Still, the government who changed the democracy into propaganda, and still the government is the same, and they feel, the politicians, the governing party feels that they can do anything they like, that they govern our souls. So how come that the citizens who support the main country is not protesting, do not say stop, it's gone too far? Why our commitment, why our protests are so inefficient? How come, how is it possible that they can do it and nobody can do anything about this? So there's a chaos. Anarchy is loosed upon the world, the blood-dimmed tide is loosed and everywhere. The ceremony of innocence is drowned, the best lack all conviction, while the words are full of passionate intensity. William Butler Yeats, The Second Coming, translated by Antoni Libera. So very often these are the people who do not know much, feel that they are strong. But it's not the time, it's not the place to deal with the leaders. Very soon they will be checked by the voters. I didn't want to mention this, but I feel forced by the recent events. You know very well that Agnieszka Holland, who received the award in Venice, tomorrow she will visit the Freedom Games virtually. So she became the victim of persecution by the propagandists of the authorities. So the cannons they aimed at Agnieszka Holland and Donald Tusk would probably make the Jerzy Urban propaganda apparatus shy. So we've heard some mentions of the German occupation. This is what Minister Ziobro mentioned. So he compared Agnieszka Holland's film to the concentration camps, to Hitler propaganda. How come she's compared to the Hitler propaganda? You know that for more than 12 months there are the acts of dehumanization of refugees, of people who are in the eastern border of Poland. These are people who want to have a better life, who want to save their families, who do not want to be the victims of persecution. So the applications for asylum have been actually faked. So there is this famous procedure of relocation, which Poland decided to block, and to have the referendum, notorious referendum. The reason, maybe not the only reason, but probably the most important reason for which the current government still manages so many Polish Poles, is the fact that some scripts based on the Polish community identity is based. So there is this comparison between ours and theirs, Poles, Catholics versus Jewish. So there is this fight for the national independence. So there is logical justification for these scripts in our latest history. Each of them was at certain stage necessary to maintain the national community. So it's very important for the history. So we're demanding that the Germans paid us reparations, and we try to falsify the facts which do not match the Polish ethos. Whether we want it or not, it's not the Wawel Castle or the Royal Castle that is the key monument in Poland. It's the concentration camp in Auschwitz. So probably our awareness is not sufficient when it comes to the scale of the strategy of our nations. We were unable to defend our Jewish neighbors. Polish people were divided by the Nuremberg criteria to those who will be murdered immediately in the ghettos and camps, and to those who will be semi-slaves.
I met some of these people in the Polish parliament who still nurture the criteria, who pick their nose saying, you know, Michnik or other people of Jewish origin should have different names. Holocaust left a gap in the history. The crime of anti-Semitism is still living in our Polish, German, Jewish city, where we still find David stars to show that we don't like some football clubs, and we should be really sensitive to it. I know that many of you may feel offended by me saying that when I hear the words about Polish concentration camps, I feel they are somehow Polish. I don't mean the perpetrators, but responsibility, and they should become Polish. They are a part of our national history. They are Polish concentration camps because they are on the Polish ground. We are responsible towards the world, whether we can face the tragedy and the cemetery where we live and where we step on. 81 years ago, in Łódź, Wielka Szpera ended. Even when we consider the volume of Hitler's crimes, it was an exceptional event. Mothers and ghetto authorities forced mothers to donate all the children under 10 to give them from the ghetto, and the same applied to people over 60. It means all people not able to work. The efforts of Mirek Kulisz from Angora and Marek Miller, a book was published called Wielka Szpera. You can buy it here. These are the records of conversations with those who managed to survive. Let me read a quotation from the book. Memories of Sarah Ziskind. Through the open gate, I saw 2 vehicles with children. I will never forget what I saw. Many children were wearing the best festive clothes. Girls were wearing colorful ribbons. Some could think they were going to attend an event. Despite the Germans' presence, the children were crying and calling their mothers. I remember a boy around 8 jumping off the vehicle and escaping. I saw a policeman fighting with a desperate woman who was trying to steal her child from the vehicle. I'm quoting these dramatic stories, and I spent so much time talking about it during the Freedom Games opening to make us aware of the scale of the challenge we are about to face. What does the turning point mean for Poland? This is the challenge which goes much beyond the next election. It is nearly heroic because it means establishing or re-establishing the community. When we turn back to history and we dive into nostalgia, there is a huge field of opportunities in between. Polish history is a horror which some try to turn into a Western. Polish patriotism requires contribution of blood. The renewal of community that I'm calling for requires asking a question about responsibilities towards our fatherland, or reversing the question, will you die for your fatherland? How to live with it or except for it. The renewal of the national community is renewing the bonds between those which create fashion, the elites, and the cosmopolitan groups for whom an address is a matter of choice, and those who are assigned to the land and identity, to those who will die where they were born, to those who do not change but are changed, who from the term called modernization stopped at liberty. In the 19th century, the elites used nationalism to create nations, which at the beginning of 20th century exploded the empires. Nowadays, nationalism is used to discipline liberal elites. Nationalism deprived of the national element turns into xenophobia. A liberalism without the national element is deprived of political significance. The problem for us who call themselves liberals is that the individualism that we are so proud of or so concerned about is apolitical, against privacy, against family, mentioned at the top of values, combined with collective national mentality which forces unity. When we face national tragedies, it excludes building diversified community. Anti-political individualism says no to politics. Anti-pluralistic politics says no to individual diversity. And these extremes are those that the politicians try to use. They call for not paying taxes or for avoiding refugees. As long as Polish identity remains schizophrenic, we'll be doomed for such a gap. We need to remember the mundane disappointment. We won't make Danish people out of Poles. We cannot impose a new identity. Despite the fact that the manipulation tools are far more advanced than in the communism times, the authorities that try to promote the so-called patriotic values makes them seem ridiculous. It would be a mistake to treat tragedy as an altar where we store national monuments and memoirs. Such work does not bring spectacular results immediately. Dziady in the Słowacki theatre are exactly what I mean, working on the identity from inside, a challenge for Polish identity. The authorities' aggression is a testimony to the fact that we do not understand the mainstream Polish culture, or it is a testimony to something contrary, to deep understanding of political links. Combining individual rights and politics will mean losing their power. And that's the key to victory. Community means understanding cultural codes and reference system, accepting our responsibilities towards other members of society. Perhaps we should ask a question to ourselves. Each of us should ask a question. What do I come with? What can I offer for all of us? Do I improve or deteriorate the common goods? It's easy to ask such questions to others, but that's the only way to start from yourself and leave the logic of primitive egoism nurtured by our politicians on both sides of the political conflict, trying to satisfy their egoism, the egoism which asks, what will I get from it? The nation who thinks using these categories will always be doomed for secondary things. only accepting the fact that we'll get something from people whom we don't help, but from other people in different future, will we create society based on democracy and trust and a collective success. It's not possible without it. We feel anger against parties and people who are like parasites using or eating what we have built together. This is what happens when there is no ethics of responsibility towards community. Then we leave it to the most cruel individuals, professionals of exploiting the common good. It might be the anger that will become our passion, triggering our action. The passion mentioned in the book I quoted, the anger for hypocrisy and the hope will set our operating horizon. Can the identity of war and occupation be turned into the identity of peace? Can you turn dependence into independence, the fear of betray into political rationality, and the hostile nationalism into the comfort of being yourself? I don't know. But I do know that if we don't try, we'll never be the community of free people. Thank you.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have promised that we will use different definitions of the turning point, which is contained in the name of the 10th edition of the Freedom Games. Now we will have a panel on the turning point for the future of Europe. I would like to invite to the stage our distinguished guest, Toomas Hendrik Ilves, Estonian politician, diplomat, President of Estonia between 2006-2016. Mark Leonard, UK political scientist. Bruno Maçães, a politician, former Secretary of State for European Affairs in Portugal. And Nathalie Tocci, an Italian political scientist, international relations expert. This panel will be facilitated by Piotr Buras, who is a political scientist and a journalist.
For me to be here and to welcome you very warmly on behalf of the European Council on Foreign Relations institutions I'm representing, and which has the pleasure to be a partner institution of the Freedom Games this year. And it has been already said that we will be talking about the turning point for Europe. There are various notions circulating in the intellectual international debate. There is also a notion of Zeitenwende. Zeitenwende is probably the most, the best known notion of a turning point, coined by Olaf Scholz, as many of you know very well, but it's probably a little bit less known that there is also another version of Zeitenwende, change in times, which was coined by Xi Jinping, who famously said that we were experiencing changes unseen in a century, to describe the developments shaping the world of our time. And as recently as in March, when Putin and Xi met in Moscow, she said, right now there are changes, the likes of which we have not seen for 100 years, and we are the ones driving these changes together. And in this panel, we want indeed to talk about the global Zeitenwende, or about the nature of those changes unseen in a century. which are likely to reshape the global order. And we will talk about shifting tectonic plates in national relations. We will talk about a quest for supremacy between China and the US, about the end of the post-Western world, or maybe the beginning of the post-Western world, actually, the end of the Western-led world order. And also, of course, about the question of whether we have a new global order or perhaps a new global disorder. And lastly, but certainly not least importantly, we will talk about what this all means for Europe, what is the turning point in the European history. And please let me once again welcome and introduce a great panel, starting with Thomas Hendrik Ilves, former president of Estonia, then Mark Leonard, my boss, the director of the European Council of Foreign Relations, and author of a book, The Age of Unpeace, which has been very recently translated into Polish and published in Polish. Bruno Bachares, former Portuguese Minister for Europe, and currently, among others, European Affairs correspondent of the New Statesman, also author of numerous books on Eurasia and world order. And lastly, Natalie Tocci, director of Institute for International Affairs in Rome, and also a book on author of a book recently published on Green Europe. Once again, very well welcome. And I would like to start with President Ilves with a question referring to what's happening, of course, at our eastern border, because I think for us in Poland, in Estonia, in our region, it's quite obvious that the war in Ukraine is the most significant watershed moment after 1989. It's indeed a turning point or change unseen in a century. But, Mr. President, is it also a game changer on a global scale? Is this war bringing about a Zeitenwende in international relations at large?
Well, thank you. Dziękuję, and it's great to be back in Poland, one of my favorite places. Well, I don't know if I can extend it to the entire world. Certainly, I would say to the West or the transatlantic world, we have seen, I think, the most dramatic changes since beginning with the 24th of February. Whether it's a game changer, even within Europe itself, however, I think remains to be seen. Whether something new is being born, or we return to the post-Cold War stagnation of outdated power relations in Europe, I don't know. Basically, what is notable is that after 30 years of dismissing Central and Eastern Europe, Western Europe has grudgingly admitted that Russia is not a peace-loving kumbaya la-la land that is a gold mine for anyone who goes there, regardless of whether it's legal or not. And we also see that we in Central and Eastern Europe are not the ignorant primitives that we saw in what I guess Natalie will talk about later, the infamous article by Habermas and Derrida 20 years ago called The Rebirth of Europe, which claimed that demonstrations against the Iraqi war were a sign of a new foreign policy in Europe. But it's a slow change. I mean, it's a year and a half, but let us recall that as late as February, this year's February, at the Munich Security Conference, Emmanuel Macron, Emmanuel Lemagne, I would call him, called East Europeans warmongers. And if you look back just in the last 20 years, the history of how Central and Eastern Europe was viewed in Western Europe, you can just list, I mean, you can say 2007, NATO did not believe that there was a DDoS attack on my country. We claimed that we were just being Russophobic. Sarkozy in Georgia in 2008 didn't want to meet with little East Europeans, but did claim that after a new peace deal, had claimed that we have to go back to the partnership and cooperation agreement, and common sense have prevailed. We saw the Obama reset a year after, or less than a year after the invasion of Georgia in 2008. Nord Stream 2 was signed a year after the invasion and occupation of Crimea. I especially like the leaked at the final minute the proposed Merkel-Putin summit, Merkel-Macron summit with Putin in 2021, which Eastern Europeans found out only the day before the council. So anyway, I think that we have this long history of being dismissed. There is, I would claim there will be a genuine willingness to change if we see real movement on enlargement of the European Union to include Ukraine. There are a lot of fears there, a hawkish Central and Eastern Europe or Northern Bloc that I think Western Europe is afraid of. Loss of voting power within the EU, loss of funds for CAP and structural funds. So I think these are changes that we'll see to determine whether or not it really is a Zeitenwende.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. We will come back in a second to Europe, but before we speak about the European Zeitenwende, I would like to zoom out a little bit to the larger world and look at the shifts in the power relations and in the global order, which is unfolding under our eyes, and perhaps ask Bruno, who has been following these developments very closely over the last years, if not decades, about the main actors in this battle, because it is obvious that China is the key challenger of the Western domination in the world, and most recently Putin, Xi Jinping, they refused to participate in the G20 meeting, which one may say it's a symbol or a sign of their rejection of the multilateral arrangements of the era, which is slowly but steadily coming to a close. And a few weeks ago, the 6 new countries joined BRICS club grouping, considered to be one of the Chinese instrument to challenge the US. And so my question to you, Bruno, is has China been able to take advantage of the global repercussions provoked by the Russian aggression and further cement its influence in the world? And are we maybe doomed to live in a world shaped by the rivalry of the two superpowers, or you see alternative to this scenario?
Well, I think it's been an ambiguous period for China. There are some elements that show China is increasing its presence, its influence in the global economy. The story about electrical vehicles is really quite dramatic. At the beginning of the pandemic, China was the 5th largest auto exporter in the world, and now, believe it or not, to 2023, it will be the largest, overtaking Japan after having overtaken Germany, South Korea, and the US. On the other hand, very difficult transition from an economic model that no longer works. I think Chinese authorities are aware that it no longer works, but it's very difficult to change. A lot of pressure coming from the US that they feel, closing off markets that are necessary for this economic transition. Xi Jinping has used that expression, changes that have not happened in 100 years, many times. So it wasn't directed especially at Putin. He's used it over the past 5 years in many, many speeches. What does he mean by it? It's an interesting sentence because, of course, over the past 100 years, there have been many dramatic historical events of enormous significance. not the least World War II, of course, not the least the rise of Chinese Communist Party. But I think what he means is something different, that the structure of the global order has been perhaps roughly the same for 100 years, in the sense that the American-led order started at the end of World War I. And I think that's what Xi Jinping means, that the American-led order. Chinese speeches, texts, particularly Xi Jinping's speeches and texts, are almost always about the US, even though he doesn't use the name so often. So he believes that the American-led order is coming to an end and something else will replace it. Obviously, when he talks to Putin, it's very tempting for him to say the two of us are doing this together, the two main actors bringing the American-led order to an end. But I think the war, you know, there's a disagreement between people who think the war has been great for China, particularly some conservatives in the US that think China is using this as a way to distract the US from Taiwan. I don't agree with that. My impression, very strong impression, is that China is not very happy with the course things have taken. It's made China's politics towards Europe very difficult. It was already difficult to try to navigate a middle path between Russia and Europe. China wants to keep both roughly on board. And the war made it practically impossible. It's forced upon China the necessity to choose more and more between Europe and Russia, which is something they would not like to do. But to conclude, I think it's important that Europe continues to have, I would say, disagreements with the US on China are positive overall. I think we should try to moderate some of the impulses in Washington on China policy. I know there's disagreement on this, and perhaps more importantly, I think the main reason China has not gone full board on supporting Russia in Ukraine has been Europe's position, that China does not want to lose Europe, and that has refrained its natural instinct to support Russia. I was just in New York in a conference with some people who have access to the classified intelligence about what China exactly is doing. And they told me that even though there's been some elements of soft support, it's clear to them, looking at that intelligence, that China could be doing a lot more to support Russia, and it's not doing it. It's worth asking why not. And again, in my opinion, it's because of Europe's position. And the ambiguity that Europe has cultivated, I think it's constructive, and we should continue cultivating it, leaving the options open. I think if we join the US in a pure confrontational policy, China will not hesitate for a moment and will join Russia on the other side, and we'll be back in the hottest periods of the Cold War.
Yeah, thank you, Bruno, and I will come back to this question of ambiguity in Europe's approach to this rivalry between the US and China. But before doing that, I would like to ask Mark a different question, because we talk a lot about the rise of China, but there's also a rise of other big players or middle-sized players in the world, which is, I think, also a very important development, a sign of these new times. We sometimes refer to these countries as the global south, but it's perhaps not very accurate. But just to give an example, India will just in a few years overtake Germany and Japan when it comes to the GDP size. It's already the largest country in the world. Turkey played a very important role in brokering the grain deal, which has an enormous importance for Africa, Asia, and other parts of the world. The African Union is joining the G20. That might be yet another symbol of how the formerly developing world is engaging in the global power struggle. So Mark, you in an essay which you published recently in Foreign Affairs, you wrote that China is better prepared for the emerging world order, better than the US, not at least because it better understands the motivations and ambitions of the countries of the global south. Could you perhaps elaborate a little bit on that and tell us how these global south countries, how they play out in this new emerging world order?
Thank you very much, Piotr.
I think the backdrop to this is the Zeitenwende, the changes unseen in a century, the turning point, is essentially a description of the fact that the post-Cold War order is crumbling and people are trying to work out what is coming in its place. And for that reason, people are looking back at what came before it, because that's the most obvious place to look. And if you go back to the world before 1989, the world after World War II, you had two big forces that were shaping the world. One was ideological competition, the competition between the superpowers that split the world into two blocks. And the other was the quest for national independence, which expressed itself in the end of the great European empires and the fragmentation of the world from around 50 states in 1945 to 150, 200 states within the decades after that. And both of those trends were very important parts of the world after 1945, but the dominant one was ideological competition. It was so strong that even countries that refused to choose a bloc had to define themselves by their non-alignment, because alignment was the kind of dominant force. And often these quests for independence got co-opted by the Cold War. So lots of these struggles for independence in Vietnam, in Korea, in Angola, in all sorts of different countries, became proxy wars between the superpowers who were dominating the world. What's very interesting about the current moment is that China and America are both looking at the end of the post-Cold War order, and they're betting on different successors. The US thinks that we are going to go back to a Cold War where ideological competition is most important. And it realizes that as China grows and becomes more and more powerful, it doesn't want to face China on its own. So it's therefore trying to align all of the democracies in the world to recreate the free world, because it knows that China plus Europe, the US plus Europe plus Japan, Korea, India, all these other democracies will be much more powerful than China, even if China's GDP carries on growing faster than US GDP. China, on the other hand, realizes it can't win a battle of alliances against alliances. So it's going for a different strategy, and it's betting that the dominant force of the next few decades is going to be this quest for independence, where countries wanting to take back control, and is therefore trying to adopt an asymmetrical challenge to the US approach. Rather than building a Chinese bloc to meet the US bloc, what it's trying to do is to pose as the friend of countries that want independence, that want control, that want to take back the ability to write their own stories. And that's basically what its strategy is towards the Global South, through the Belt and Road Initiative in the past, and now through these three new initiatives that have been launched: the Global Security Initiative, the Global Development Initiative, the Global Civilization Initiative. It's basically telling other countries that, we can be your partner, we can give you more options, you can still carry on doing things with the West, but we will allow you to be able to play different powers off against each other and have more freedom of movement. And if you look at these middle powers that Piotr was talking about, many of these countries have got very, very close relationships with the US, and the US is trying to get them to be part of the free world. But it's interesting, if you look at Saudi Arabia, Israel, India, what they're trying to do is have their cake and eat it. They want to have advantages of access to the kind of universal institutions, have a strong security relationship with the US, but they also want to maintain their economic links with China. And actually, I love Bruno's work, and I agree with a lot of it, but I don't think that the reason that China is taking the position it is because of Europe. I think it's because actually most of the rest of the world don't want a world of blocs. They want a world where they can determine their own future. And though China's long-term goals are obviously about the decline of the US and the end of the sort of structure that we've seen at the moment, they think that the best way that they can appeal to other parts of the world is to have this sort of faux neutrality of supporting Russia enough so that it doesn't collapse, but being able to build up relations with other parts of the world. And I think that what we're seeing increasingly is a more kind of sophisticated understanding of this in different parts of the world, and I think the US is starting to change. But I think it's pretty clear that the reason why this quest for independence is going to be more important than ideological competition is because in 1945, in the world after that, the Soviet Union and the US of A were both incredibly attractive ideologically to many parts of the world. They also controlled the vast amount of the global economy and had the biggest armies. And also the world economy was divided, it was decoupled. So people didn't really have options. And therefore, they were able to discipline other countries and force them to choose. And that's why you might have had the grammar of independence, but the underlying logic was one of ideological competition. If we look at the future, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think the rest of the world is much more powerful in terms of their economic size. Our economies are much more intertwined. And even though there's a lot of de-risking going on, we're a long way from having kind of decoupled economies. And that's going to make it much harder for China and America to force the rest of the world to choose. And I think many of these countries are going to want to have their cake and eat it, have close relationships with the US in security terms, have close relationships with China in economic terms, have relationships with Europe. And, you know, the Indians have put this maybe more brutally and eloquently than anyone else when they say the only alliance that we're interested in is an alliance with India's interests, and that will trump everything else.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And like from this very global perspective, I'd like to come to Europe. And Mr. President Yildiz mentioned the essay written by Jürgen Habermas and Jacques Derrida 20 years ago. And interestingly, the online magazine Vox Europe has recently launched a series of essays to which Nathalie Tocci also contributed under the title The Rebirth of Europe, to reflect on the possibility of Europe's renewal in the face of these great challenges both Bruno and Mark referred to. And this title, The Rebirth of Europe, relates to this famous essay written by Habermas and Derrida, and 20 years ago they believed that a new European identity could be born in the wake of European opposition to the Iraq War. And today, I think, unlike these two big intellectuals, nobody in Europe believes that it is Europe's soft power only and anti-militaristic kind of post-bellum identity which could be the basis of EU's influence in this very messy world. So, Natalie, it's this what we are experiencing now is this war a moment of indeed of Europe's renewal, or rather perhaps a testimony to Europe's decline, given the dependence on the US in military realm and inability to deter Russia?
Well, so indeed, sort of, going back to the Habermas and Derrida piece, I mean, in such obvious ways, 20 years later, it's so clear that they were wrong. I mean, in a sense, their argument was premised on essentially that rebirth was premised on three main points: a European identity in juxtaposition to the United States, and hence the context of the war in Iraq. A European identity in which, indeed, soft power would prevail over hard, and although this was not as explicit, but I think, as Thomas was rightly saying, a European identity in which old Europe would prevail. And very clearly, 20 years later, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, all three of those things, right, have been completely wiped off the map. But this still sort of raises the question, so if that was not the rebirth that we were really talking about, is there a rebirth of Europe now? And if it is a rebirth, what is it made of? What's the content of it? So I think, here we are over a year and a half into this invasion, and I think that part of that rebirth is there, and it's made of a greater unity, a far greater unity within Europe than what many of us expected. I mean, I remember when ECFR came out with a very interesting poll after a few months of the war. I think it must have been around the summer, basically, of last year, where basically the trends in public opinion were really pointing to what ECFR defined as a rift between a peace and a justice camp. And I think it's actually quite surprising that rift actually hasn't materialized in policy terms. Here we are a year and a half later, and, sort of the 11 packages of sanctions, in a sense, are testimony to the fact that unity is actually still there. Which, as I said, considering the different sensitivities, the different perspectives, the different histories, geographies, and all the rest of it, is actually really rather surprising. Which then kind of begs the question, why is it that we have managed to stick together? I personally think that a huge part of the story has to do with the fact that economically and therefore energetically, we have done fantastically well. I think, looking at it from my Southern European perspective, trust me, had we not handled the energy crisis the way we did, that rift between a peace and a justice camp definitely would have emerged in policy terms. Partly we were lucky, partly we were good, but I think, I think that is part of a rebirth in the sense of how is it that we handled the energy crisis? We only managed to handle it because we stuck together, because we used, in Jean Monnetian terms, the crisis to make a step further in our integration journey. Now, this then leads to the other point of the Habermas Derrida article, which is, the Europe premised on soft power as opposed to hard. And of course, in very obvious ways, as you were suggesting, of course, exactly the opposite, right, has emerged over the last year and a half. And I must say this was a trend that was already building up well before Russia's large-scale invasion. And here, I think, and perhaps I'll end with this paradox, here I think is the paradox of the situation that we're in. Because I think also in the defense field, we did use this crisis, war as crisis, as an opportunity, in a sense, to make that step forward. And we've done things that, sort of were unthinkable only a few years ago. I mean, the fact that we're, the European Union is providing military assistance to a third state at war, the fact that it is building a joint procurement platform to procure ammunition. So it has done a number of things that are, for Europeans, actually really rather remarkable. And yet, if you take a step back and say, well, okay, so we're doing all this, we've done all this, we'll keep on doing more. We're spending more on defense, not as much as we should, but we're spending more on defense. And yet, the bottom line is we're more dependent on the United States. Now, today, in a situation in which, indeed, a European identity is not juxtaposed to an American identity, you could say, well, that's not the end of the world. And yet, we know that after Joe Biden, there will hopefully be Joe Biden, but there is one certainty, that after Joe Biden and Joe Biden, there is not Joe Biden. And whoever it is that comes after Joe Biden and Joe Biden is not going to be Atlanticist in the way in which this president is. So I think this is a question, although we shouldn't be sort of looking at it in juxtaposed terms, but I think it's a question that we're not thinking about enough today.
Yeah, thank you, Natalie. And that's a perfect bridge to my next question to President Ilves, because I think the real Zeitenwende which we may be facing, hopefully will not materialize, but we, as Natalie said, it should be seriously taken into account, is indeed a change in power in Washington. My question is very simple to President Ilves: how concerned should we be, and what should we do to prepare for a scenario that the successor of Mr. Biden is not Mr. Biden?
Well, I think we need to be very concerned, frankly, given that it's almost 100% certain that in his, were he to come back, that one of the first things Donald Trump would do is, several things, is pull out of NATO, pull out of or end aid to and assistance to Ukraine, and make up with Vladimir Putin. So I think that that's a reason enough for all of us to worry. Up till then, we can say that, as Natalie also referred to, that Europe, in fact, has become far more dependent upon the United States than anyone could have envisioned or many wanted. I mean, we can say that basically strategic autonomy is envisioned as naturally and obviously headed by the sole nuclear power in the EU is dead until the next, until the EU elections. I mean, the idea, the vision of strategic autonomy is some kind of Franco-German led thing that then all the rest of us would fall in line and follow, when in fact it has turned out that when it comes to security and foreign security policy, the laggards have been those two, and they've really only stepped up recently. And in fact, the major push has come from Central, Eastern, and Northern Europe. And I would argue that no matter what happens in the US election within the European Union, that Central, Eastern, and Northern Europe will remain, as they have been traditionally, far more transatlantic than Carolingian Europe. So I think I would just add one more thing just on China, which is that I think one of the things that really needs to change is that the current trade relations between Europe, the great regulatory power, the United States, the technologically innovative power, and then, the liberal democracies of Asia, Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and Oceania. China has 1.3, 1.2 billion people. Some percentage of those are really great in tech. The combined population of those three areas, Europe, the US, and Asia, liberal democratic Asia, is about the same. If we are going to compete with China as liberal democracies versus algorithmic authoritarianism, we're going to have to stop spending our time bashing each other, engaging in industrial policy that beggars the others. It's the kind of, basically the protectionism that we saw in the 19th century now it takes place more or less, at least between the US and Europe at a continental level. But it seems that much of the legislation coming out of both of those two countries seems to be geared towards getting a leg up over the other. Europe wants to regulate the US tech area. The Inflation Reduction Act in the United States is trying to pull the innovators out of Europe and into the US. And I think that's a real dead end, because those three parts of the world that do share common liberal democratic values, and no single one can compete with what China will be. So anyway, I will say that that's even a bigger challenge than simply simply the issue of transatlantic relations. And the last thing I say about China is that no matter what, and what China is doing, in addition to its other efforts, is that it wants to be both a tech and a natural and raw natural resources superpower, which I think underlies much of their activity in Africa and also in Russia. I mean, I think Russia is going to be a vassal state that will be kept alive by Chinese cash in exchange for gas and oil and mineral resources.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to both Mark and Bruno to perhaps to react on what you have just said, because I think you raised a couple of extremely important points and made, maybe hopefully I didn't misunderstand it, but you basically said that strategic autonomy is kind of dead for now. I mean, it's a concept driving the European not only foreign policy but approach to the wider world, and certainly and secondly that we should kind of regardless of what happens in the US, that this idea of Western bloc kind of centered around certain values and liberal democracies, a strong alliance of democracies is not dead. I mean, that this is something which needs to be revived. And I'm just wondering whether you have the same perspective on that, and how you, Mark and Bruno, how you define basically Europe's place in this new world with regard to these two big superpowers.
So I think that President Ilves is absolutely right. The strategic autonomy is not a concept that will unite the European Union. It can only divide the European Union. But it's also very problematic to define our entire identity as Derrida and Habermas did in relation to the US, when the big story of our times is about the rise of non-Western powers, and where a lot of our dependencies, whether it's on rare earths from China or energy from Russia, come from other players. But I also think philosophically, from a European perspective, that the pursuit of autonomy isn't really the kind of world we want to live in. The core idea behind the EU is about the idea of interdependence. And I think we had various utopian ideas about how interdependence could turn enemies into friends. But the mistake from that would be to kind of then pursue an agenda of thinking that we can have pure self-reliance, or to bet on a world of blocks, because I don't think that is what's going to emerge. I am an Atlanticist. I thank God every day that you have somebody like Joe Biden in the White House, and I would love for that relationship that we have at the moment to continue. But as both Natalie and President Ilves pointed out, we can't rely on that. We need to put ourselves in a position where Ukraine can be a free and a sovereign country, whoever's in the White House, where we can look after our own security. So at ECFR, we've been trying to work up an alternative idea to strategic autonomy, and we call it strategic interdependence. And the basic idea is that we should be less naive about interdependence, not put ourselves in a place where we can be bullied because of our dependency on different actors. But at the same time, our goal shouldn't be to be autonomous and to withdraw from the world. In fact, to be sovereign, to have a choice, means to have lots of dependencies. So if one country tries to blackmail and bully you, you can turn to another. And I think that's the sort of that's the sort of outlet that we should have within it. And within that, we should try and build as strong relationships as possible. And I think actually, as an Atlanticist, I think the transatlantic relationship would be a lot stronger if you have a strong Europe that can be a good partner to the US rather than a kind of whiny, whingy, infantilized partner that doesn't do anything and complains all the time, which has too often been our contribution to the transatlantic relationship.
Yeah, thank you, Mark and Bruno. Maybe on the same question basically for you.
Well, in just over a year, we can have an American president and vice president, imagine a vice president Ramaswamy, that are on the fringes of opinion in Europe, that are, the only people you can find in Europe with similar opinions would be Fidesz and Orbán in Hungary. And these are the people we're going to have to deal with. Quite likely, not to say probable, because I think if you look carefully at the poll numbers, if you look carefully at the economic figures, if you look carefully at how frail Joe Biden looks right now when he's on the campaign trail, you have to conclude, I do at least, that the Republican candidate, whoever is in the top position right now, in the pole position as the race starts. So we have to prepare. I think we are preparing already. I never tire of pointing out that if you look at the figures as collected by the Kiel Institute in Germany, Europe, the UK and the EU together have contributed significantly more than the US when it comes to support for Ukraine. Perhaps double the US. There's some discussion about the figures, whether some of the commitments the EU has made are multi-annual and the US doesn't do multi-annual commitments and so on. But it's clear that the EU has contributed more than the US. So we're on the path where the EU is acquiring a capacity to have an independent voice. I think it's been a very good crisis for the EU. Perhaps not for Europe, not for many European countries, but if you compare to crises in the past, most people, either consciously or unconsciously, are aware that this crisis, Ukraine, is different from previous ones because it's not the EU that is at fault. It's national countries. We look to what France did, to what Germany did, to what Italy did in their relations to Russia. Whereas previous crises, the Eurozone crisis, the refugee crisis, it was the EU that was being blamed. It was the EU that was on the front line of criticism, not anymore. So you see this kind of development, I think will be very necessary because the dynamic between the US and China is of a desperate struggle for supremacy. We're moving more and more in that direction, and things could very quickly get out of control. If you listen, for example, to Kevin Rudd and his latest speeches, and I think he's a very good analyst of what is taking place, it's very possible that China will conclude that it has no possibility to occupy a important place in the existing global order, that US will block its entry into high-tech segments of the global economy, and that only an hegemonic war will allow China to redraw the rules, an hegemonic war taking place in Taiwan or elsewhere. So we're approaching those days where things could suddenly become very dangerous, and we'd be complacent after Ukraine to think that can't happen in our world. And Europe has an important role to play here, because for Europeans, it's more about balance than supremacy. A EU official in Brussels told me the other day that European countries, they have been the rulers of the world and they have fallen from that position, and they understand that in history you go up and you go down, and that kind of understanding, that kind of lack of enthusiasm about this struggle for supremacy, I think is lacking in Beijing and Washington, and it has to be Europeans to, it's a great task, it's a great historical task for Europeans to try to provide the balance that alone can prevent a military conflict between the US and China. I mean that very seriously, that we've reached the point where that should be on the table as a serious possibility for the next 10 years.
Thank you, Bruno. I'm conscious about the time, but we started 15 minutes later, so I take the liberty of course, asking yet another question to Natalie. And in the search for Zeitenwendes, we cannot, I think, leave out one important turning point which may happen at some point, and this is the EU enlargement. And this debate about the EU's absorption capacity is in full swing. We're discussing how to adapt the European Union, how to change it, how to reform, and so on and so forth. So my question for you is very simple, short. So what will this EU of 35, 36 members look like, actually? How different is it going to be from the EU as we know?
Well, I think the premise, in a sense, to that question is the fact that enlargement will happen. And I think this is the fundamental point, yeah? I mean, frankly speaking,
is it legitimate to say that it will happen?
I think so. I think this is the main point. I think, to be honest, over the last 10 years, if one kind of takes, 2013, entry of Croatia, but frankly speaking, since 2007, since the completion of the Eastern enlargement, we kind of went off enlargement. And we went off enlargement because we thought that we could afford not to do it. And, the EU doesn't actually like enlarging, perhaps with the exception of the northern enlargement, small, very rich countries, but if you can avoid enlarging, which at the end of the day is a dilution of power, you avoid it. And now I think it has become crystal clear to everyone that this is something that we cannot avoid doing. And I think it's a strategically it's a strategic turning point, which we really haven't lived through for a long time. And what's interesting about this absorption sort of capacity story is that whereas it was originally sort of coined, the term was coined at a time in which enlargement was, in a sense, falling off the agenda, and it was used as an excuse not to enlarge, particularly, the debate about Turkey, for instance. Now I think it is used in a very, very different way. I mean, the debate is, yes, indeed, what do candidate countries have to do and the reforms and all the rest of it, but what is it that we have to do? Given that enlargement is happening, and we don't have a choice, what is it that we have to do? And there, I think, which then gets to the point of, therefore, what kind of union is it going to be? Is it going to be a fundamentally reformed EU? Probably not, or not to begin with. So frankly speaking, I don't imagine fundamental changes in institutions or decision-making. I think the fundamental changes will have to do with policies and with budgets. I think the fact that, a couple of days ago, Commission President von der Leyen's speech in a sense, sort of zoomed in precisely on that and saying, we have to do a review of the different policies. To me, it signals the fact that there's a seriousness about this. Because, the minute in which you start saying, well, in order to enlarge, you have to go to qualified majority voting. I'm in favor, right? But this is not a showstopper for enlargement, right? Whereas other issues concerning policies are, and those are what have to be addressed immediately.
Thank you very much, Natalie. I have the feeling that this panel was far too short, and we just only touched upon a few important issues, but in a very unsatisfactory way, in a way. It's not a criticism about the panelists, but the shortage of time. But I think, I hope that this panel made you interested in other items on the agenda of Freedom Games, and that was, I think, just a teaser for the rest of this great event. So I wish you a great evening and great 2 days of discussions. And thank you very much to our great panelists, President Thomas Hendrik Ilves, Mark Lennart, Bruno Massais, Natalie Tocci. Thank you very much. And thank you to you.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Ladies and gentlemen, the name mentioned in the topic of the next presentation is the one we would like to forget. And I hope that not strategists or politicians, but only historians will be dealing with it in the future. Putin and the future of geopolitics in Central and Eastern Europe. That's the title of the next presentation to be delivered by Mark Galotti, who is the leading expert in the area of Russian security. He studied history at Cambridge, did his PhD in LSE, and after working for Foreign Office was a scientist and expert in London, New York, Moscow, Prague and Florence. He is the chair of the British consulting company Mayak Intelligence. He is the honorary professor at the UCL and senior cooperator of RUSI. His last books, Putin's Wars, The Weaponization of Everything We Need to Talk About Putin, and The Vori, Russia's Super Mafia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Mark Galotti.
Well, hello. Delighted to be here. And I'm meant to be talking about Putin, the geopolitics of Central Europe, in 17 minutes and 7 seconds. Now, look, I'm from the UK, and we are famous or infamous for always wanting to use humour when we present. And sometimes that's almost a bit problematic. I was talking to some Ukrainian parliamentarians a little while back, and I was very tempted to say that they should be putting up statues of Putin in all their main squares as the father of the modern Ukrainian nation. I thought that might be a joke too far, though, and thought better of it. But here's the interesting thing. It's true. If one thinks about Putin's decision to invade Ukraine in February of last year, clearly driven by a desire to assert Russia's great power status, to demonstrate that Russia is a force in the world, and for himself personally, to elevate himself up into the ranks of Russia's great state-building heroes of history. And what has he achieved? A military that he spent 20 years dumping resources into to modernize, that has been burnt through and is increasingly being armed with retooled weapons from the 1960s. Russia itself, for all the fact that it still is able to cultivate relationships with China and elsewhere, but it has no friends. It is increasingly a pariah that has to pay for any kind of support it gets. Even North Korea, it is having to offer deals to in order to get the ammunition, the sub-quality ammunition that it needs. When Russia loses, and Russia will lose, what will Russia be like? But also, what will Ukraine be like? I mean, through the furnace of this terrible, terrible war, the new Ukrainian nation is being born. Of course, they're not totally disappeared, but all the old divisions that held Ukraine back and apart, between East and West, between Catholic and Orthodox, between the cities and the countryside, all of these divisions are becoming less and less meaningful. A state-building project which has time and time again, ever since 1991, tried and then failed to accomplish its aim, is now being born. Putin has created Ukraine, and let that be carved on his headstone when he dies. But let's look further, and given the time, I just want to raise 3 points about the impact of Putin and Putin's wars on Central Europe. And the first one, and it's one that really is going to be building off comments that you heard from people such as President Ilves in the earlier panel, is that Central Europe matters again. Sure, one can go back in history and talk about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but we all know that especially since 1989, there has been, on the part of Western Europe and beyond, a rather patronizing sense that Central Europe were the poor relations. Central Europe was a place that had things done to it, oppressed under the Soviets, lifted up by the European Union, but essentially lacking in agency. That is changing. Increasingly, I mean, we actually are seeing, without again wanting to overplay it, but the center of gravity within the West shifting. Whether it's in terms of countries that are asserting themselves increasingly, I mean, one can look at Poland, whether or not a 300,000 personnel army is achievable, but nonetheless, Poland is definitely building itself up with an aim to being shall I say, hard power powerhouse of Europe. Whether we're looking at other countries, take the Czech Republic, which I lived there for just over a couple of years. And I must admit, I made myself incredibly unpopular at times with the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs because of my criticizing Czech foreign policy. Or more to the point, my criticizing the fact that Czech foreign policy seemed at that time to be not to have a foreign policy. Now, though, we've actually seen the Czechs stand up and be much, much more assertive. And you see, assertive does not necessarily have to mean belligerent or hostile. It just simply means active. I think we really have seen not just Central Europe be much more active, but other parts of the world begin to appreciate that. Central Europe is not just simply the playground, the battleground, the market ground for others. So in this respect, Putin has actually woken up a region, and more to the point, woken up other people to the importance of a region. Secondly, the nature of security has changed. Here's one of the ironies about the Ukrainian war. Putin was at war with Ukraine for a long time before his tanks rolled in February of last year. But primarily, until then, he was fighting an economic and political war. And here's the irony. Until he invaded, Putin was winning. He'd assembled a massive army on Ukraine's borders. Faced with the constant threat of Russian invasion, investors were fleeing Ukraine. The Ukrainian economy was increasingly in crisis. A stream of Western visitors were going to Moscow, putting Putin exactly where he wants to be, in that position of centrality, that others have to come to him and petition him for something. In other words, for him to not invade. And indeed, there were some Western governments and Western leaders that were actually beginning to try and put pressure on Kyiv to make concessions to Moscow. precisely in order to avert war. If Putin really had been this grand master of four-dimensional geopolitical chess that we're sometimes told, he would have just sat back and let this continue. But he didn't. He got impatient. He got lazy. He was so seduced by his own beliefs about Ukraine, that Ukraine was not a real country, the Ukrainians not a real people, that they could quickly be annexed in effect, and that the West would just sit back and wring its hands and complain and wag its fingers and do nothing, which, in fairness, is what the West has done in the past. That he invaded, and the point at which he did that, the point at which he found himself embroiled in a real war, is, as I said, the point at which he started losing. Now, starting to lose is not quite the same as losing. Even if the Ukrainians drive every single Russian soldier off every single square centimeter of occupied land, that does not end the war. It merely moves the front line to the national border. Russia will still be free to lob missiles at Ukrainian cities, to carry out cyber attacks and subversion, to regroup its forces and go back into Ukraine anytime it chooses. Real security is something that's much, much harder to achieve, and quite frankly, it'll be very hard to see it achieved so long as Putin is in the Kremlin. And this is, after all, the nature of modern war, that it is not just fought through guns and bombs. I mean, if we're honest, we are at war with Russia. It's an economic war fought through sanctions. It's a political war. It's a legal war. It's fought on so many other battlefields, but because we are not willing to, for entirely understandable reasons, actually put our soldiers into the fire, we are fighting this separate parallel war with Russia. And this is the nature of modern warfare. This is what Russia had been, after all, fighting against Ukraine. I would also happen to mention, by the by, it's also a key theme of my book, The Weaponization of Everything, which has been translated into Polish, as I think everyone is a weapon, and is available in the bookstore here. Just mentioning for your information. But that is also a challenge for us. NATO has been revived. We are seeing belatedly and still not enough money being spent on national defense by countries, and I wouldn't want to name any of them in particular because it would embarrass the Germans, but countries that really should know better are finally beginning to spend more. And indeed, we see Poland with its sort of massive purchases of missiles, attack helicopters, tanks, and the like. But this is only part of the equation. Actually, we also face a threat that will come from all these other different types of warfare, whether it's the Russians or whether it's someone else, the Chinese, whoever. I mean, this is the nature of modern warfare, and Putin has, again, inadvertently, accidentally done us a favor by demonstrating actually how many different ways wars can be fought today. And this is also going to be a challenge for Central Europe. And the answer is not just soldiers, it is resilience. It is actually learning how to cope with the whole variety of different types of attack that you may face. And in some ways, the parallel here is with terrorism. You do everything you can to stop terrorism, to stop the bombers, the assassins, or whatever from achieving their targets. But sometimes, some of them will get through. And therefore, you also need to be resilient enough to cope with that, to keep on going, to keep calm and carry on, as the older slogan goes. And here again, we have an interesting both challenge and opportunity for Central Europe. I mean, firstly, it's precisely that, in fact, in some ways one has to recognize that Russian or other assaults come through the vulnerable points. Their disinformation campaigns, for example, they cannot change minds magically. What they do is they take existing fault lines within society and try and pull them further and further apart. So in other words, actually the best responses to disinformation is not having fact checkers and myth debunkers and so forth. It is actually having societies which are more willing to believe their own governments, their own media, than some bizarre rumor that they heard on the internet. And how do we do that? Well, a lot of that is up to us. It's about politicians perhaps not being quite so freeform with the truth, shall we say. It's actually about being much more aware of isolated and marginalized elements of our own societies, which otherwise would be easy prey. I mean, generally, we have to recognize that the countries of Central Europe do have challenges which range from the integrity of their internet infrastructures, all the way to, in some cases, the integrity of their political systems. That also needs to be a battlefront that we address. And it's one, actually, in which countries can collaborate much more effectively. We tend to think that military security is something we do collectively through NATO. But all other forms of security, every country is on its own. Well, that's something that, in fact, Central Europe, like so many other parts of the world, needs to relearn. There is advantages to cooperation in all aspects of security. But finally, here's a difficult thing for us to really appreciate. The long-term security of Central Europe depends on a happy, prosperous, and stable Russia. Unfortunately, that Russia is at the moment well over the horizon. But nonetheless, what happens in Russia will be of constant and crucial interest to Central Europe, because Russia is not going to go away. Russia is not about to fragment any more than Russia is about to become a happy, democratic, liberal country the moment that Putin fails to wake up one morning. But let me close by bringing in a slight note of unfashionable optimism here. Losing an empire, losing great power status is hard. It's difficult to come to terms with, difficult to get your head around as a country. Now, of course, we in Britain have managed that entirely. The French, I'm not so sure about them. Now, joking apart, we are still working through our post-imperial sort of neuroses. We are still coming to terms with the fact that we are no longer globe-spanning great powers. Russia hasn't even started. And one of the reasons for that is Russia has always had an alibi. 1917, the collapse of the Tsarist Empire. Well, the Bolsheviks come in and all that bad stuff, that was the Tsars. Nothing to do with us. Post-Soviet Russia, all the bad stuff, that was the Bolsheviks. That was Stalin, that was Brezhnev, that was Andropov, that was even Gorbachev. Nothing to do with us. Russia has always managed to avoid coming to terms with its status, its new status. After all, as the inheritor of its nuclear weapons, it regains its seat on the Security Council. It can still feel that it is, a global nation in that respect. Its navy may be rusting, its only aircraft carrier, even in times of peace, unable to be sent out without several tugs to deal with it when, as it always did, it breaks down. But it doesn't matter. The Russians can still tell themselves that they are a great power, and that anyone who doesn't recognize that is being Russophobic and a challenge. They are going to lose in Ukraine. I don't know how quickly, and I don't know exactly what loss looks like, but they are going to lose. And one can hope, and as I said, this is no more than a hope, that this will be for Russia what, for example, the Suez Crisis was for Britain, or the war in Algeria was for France. That moment of truth, that moment when reality imposes itself on your consciousness and says, you are no longer what you maybe once were. You have to start thinking of yourself rather differently, and you also have to think about what you have done, the road that you have taken to this place. Because until Russia can deal with its demons, and I know this is turning from geopolitics into psychotherapy, but until Russia can do that, then actually there can be no long-term security. We will just be basically finding different ways to build walls to protect ourselves from Russia. So maybe, in the very long term, actually Ukraine will help that. But in the meantime, thank heavens that Central Europe is doing what it is doing precisely to reinforce itself and thus to reinforce the entire West, that it is doing what it is doing to precisely secure and help Ukraine secure itself, and that people are at last paying attention to it. And I have 12 seconds left. Thank you very much for your attention. I will end now.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Gentlemen, now I have a great pleasure to invite a special guest, dear Nansen McCloskey, who will tell you how to convince people to free market and capitalism. She is the retired professor of economics, history and English language at the Illinois University in Chicago. She was educated in Harvard in the 1960s. She was as an economist, she wrote about 20 books and about 400 papers on the theory of economics, history of economy, philosophy, rhetorics, statistics, feminism, ethics, and law. For the past 12 years, she was a lecturer at the University of Chicago at the Faculty of Economics, and she describes herself as the literature postmodernistic free market and progressive former Marxist, a woman from the Central West in Boston who used to be a man. Her books are on sale in our lobby, so after the meeting you are invited to purchase some books and maybe you will receive a signature from the offer. So let's welcome the dear Nansen McCloskey.
Hello, I'm sorry. I'm extremely glad to be back in Poland. The last time I was here was August of 1988. Not the last time, but the first time, August of 1988. The week before the government agreed to speak to solidarity. It was a very exciting time. And you established your freedom. But freedom is not being rich, although you have become so in the meantime. Freedom is often confused with having a high income or lots of wealth. Now, it's clear that if I had $10 million, I could come to Poland anytime I wanted, which is often, and stay at fancy hotels, and I would be free to do that. But that's a misuse of the word. Being free is to not be a slave. Not be a slave to another person. I'm a Christian, I'm an Anglican, so I believe we all are slaves to God and ought to be. And we should not be slaves to our passions. But that's not the same thing. Being a slave to some person or being a child to some person is to be under their involuntary, compelled orders. And that's freedom, to not be that. In English, we have two words always. We have Germanic words and Latin words. And the Germanic word, namely Freiheit or freedom, has tended to drift off into this idea that being rich, having stuff, having things, being able to tax someone else to make yourself better off, that makes you free. It's a modern mistake, this confusion about the word. The other way of thinking about freedom, the core meaning being non-slavery, non-child, is equality. Equality. But the form of equality is not equality at the end of the race. You run, and there's a race. And under ideal socialism, or indeed inside the kind of families that all of us grew up in, which is why socialism is attractive, it feels like a family. Under ideal socialism, though you in Poland, the older people of you know that it wasn't this way, but under ideal socialism, you're equal at the end of the race. You arrive at the same equal point. That's not freedom. Because in order to arrive at the equal point at the end, you have to, as we say from the Bible, rob Peter to pay Paul. The only way we achieve equality at the finish line of the race is to take from the people who won early and give to the slower people. And as I say, I have no basic objection to that in a family or in a group of friends. If I buy a pizza for the party, and I say to my friends, I bring it to the party, and I say, well, I paid for it. I'm going to eat all of it. You can't have any. I'm not going to have any friends. If I'm the mother or the parent of a family, and I treat Cinderella, don't give her as much food as her Cinderella's sisters, that's a bad, unequal family. In that sense, we should be equal at the finish line. But in a large society, a society as large as Poland or my own country, it doesn't work. It's been tried. It doesn't work. It's impractical. It's unfair because it becomes corrupted. It becomes, we'll rob Peter, and we don't like Peter. He's bourgeois, or he's a black, or he's a Jew. We'll rob him to give to Paul, who's our cousin. So that doesn't work. Equality of outcome, equality of the end state doesn't work. How about equality of opportunity, which is what we all talk about? It's the social democratic ideal. It sounds very nice and is very nice. So, by the way, is equality of outcome. They're good if they could magically be made to happen without consequences. But ask yourself, can you really achieve equality of opportunity with anyone else in the society? Is it really achievable? I chose my parents very carefully. So I get full credit, shouldn't I? High income, success in the race, because my father was a professor at Harvard and my mother was an opera singer. Hey, excellent choice. Whereas someone else whose father was a coal miner and whose mother worked in a factory, they didn't choose their parents very carefully. That's terrible. They ought to not succeed. We have differences, and they're lovely and good and can be. As St. Paul said in 1 Corinthians 12, we have different gifts. Some, he said, have the gift of prophecy, some of this, some of that. And the implication is not that we should somehow pound nails into people's heads to make them all as stupid as I am. That would achieve equality of opportunity. I'm American, so I'm monolingual. I don't speak Polish. I don't even speak French. I mean, talk about disgraceful. Yet, how can I make myself have equal opportunity to all you people in the audience who know my language, but also know Polish or some other language? Well, only by damaging you can I achieve that equality. I can bring us all down. You say, oh, well, no, we'll bring everyone up. Well, what do you mean? How will you do that? Now, I'm in favor of, even as a liberal, I'm very much in favor of me being taxed to pay for someone else's children to go to elementary school. I'm in favor of that. I'm in favor of a few other matters of equal opportunity. But as an ideal, as a social ideal, it's a fool's game. It doesn't make any sense. We're different. Good for us. Let's converse. Let's trade. Let's make something of these wonderful differences that we have. Why then do I say that liberalism is about equality? It developed in the 18th century, in the 1700s. It was that era in northwestern Europe to begin with some voices elsewhere in the world. And the equality that was promised was not equality at the end of the race, not equality to start at the same place, which is equality of opportunity, neither of which is attainable or in practice desirable, but equality of permission. Equality of permission is what liberalism is. It's the guarantee that women can be airline pilots, that Black Americans can, without state interference, buy a house where they wish. As you know, in my own country, until pretty recently, in parts of my country, blacks were excluded from all kinds of things, including the vote. Equality of permission we can achieve tomorrow, completely, thoroughly. We take away all protections, they're called. We take away the refusal of the government to allow you to buy freely from, well, China or Africa or wherever you want. Tariffs, to show that I'm an economist, are evil instances of non-equality of permission. So are occupational licenses issued by the state. Now, it's one thing to have private licenses where you get certified as though you pass a medical exam from the medical association, and then you get stamped on your forehead, real doctor. All right, that's fine. That's like having a name or having a trademark. Those are fundamental rights and very sensible, private. But as soon as the state is involved, as soon as the government is enforcing medical licenses, I'll speak again about my own country. The result is a gigantic increase in the income of medical doctors and a considerable fall in the health of Americans. That's what happened in my country in the last 100 years under successive state interferences with equality of permission in occupations. I'm the only person in this room who can become an apprentice electrician in the state of Michigan in the United States. I'm reasonably sure of this. That's because my grandfather was a union electrician in Michigan. My Uncle Joe was a union electrician, and my cousin Phil was a union electrician in the state of Michigan. And in the state of Michigan, you can only become an electrician if you get a license from the state. So if this academic writing books, by the way, some of which have been translated into Polish, I advertise, I'm an American, I believe in advertising, that if you don't, if the state is involved in licenses, they become tools of monopoly. So in short, I offer you a simple definition of what most of us at this conference want the world to be. We want a world without slaves and a world without people being children. And we want, therefore, an adult equality of permission. Another word for liberalism is adultism. Now, what are the obstacles to this paradise of adults with equal permission? Alas, the obstacle is that many people don't want to be adults. Many people are willing to be slaves as long as they're secure. The people in Poland who would still like to go back to the wonderful days of communism, that's their problem. So we need to, as liberals, we need to persuade our fellow humans to want to be adults. And there are two ways of doing this. One of them is appeal to the mind, to show them that liberalism, for example, has made us prosperous as it has. I'm an economic historian, and I have argued at length that it's liberalism, 18th century form, that created the modern world and made us rich, not state action. And the other way is through the artists, through the real persuaders, through the heart. Not the mind, but the heart. If we can persuade playwrights and painters and novelists like the Ukrainian Grossman from the 1950s to advocate for a free society of adults, we'll have the freedom that we wish, and we'll have all become adults for adultism. Thank you very much.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation will be devoted to democratic freedom and its enemies and will be delivered by Michael Ignatieff, born in Canada, educated at the university in Toronto and Harvard. He is the university professor, writer, and former politician. Between 2006-2011, Michael Ignatieff was the MP in Canada and then the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada and the leader of the official opposition. Between 2014-2016, he was the Edward R. Murrow Chair of the Press, Politics and Public Policy at Harvard Kennedy School. Michael Ignatieff was recently director and president of the Central European University in Budapest. He quit the position at the end of July 2021 and remained a professor at the Department of History, Democratic Freedom and its Enemies. Michael Ignatieff, the floor is yours.
Good evening, and thank you so much for this invitation. I'm lucky to have followed Deirdre McCloskey, who gave you such an unforgettable definition of what liberal freedom is. I want to pick up and talk about democratic freedom, and I want to raise an embarrassing problem, which is the opponents of democratic freedom, the opponents of the liberal definition of freedom, use the words freedom and democracy too. What kind of freedom do they mean when they talk about freedom? What kind of democracy do they talk about when they talk about democracy? The unsettling thing about democracy is that it's a constant argument about what democracy is. It's a constant argument about what freedom is. And I want to talk to you about some of those arguments. There's no such thing, to begin with the idea that democratic freedom can be discussed in the abstract. Professors like to do that, but professors shouldn't do that. Democratic freedom is always historically specific to the society in which it's rooted. And there's no better example of that than Poland. You have an absolutely unique experience of democratic freedom. You've had to fight for it. The Russian Empire took it away at the end of the 18th century. You didn't win it back until 1918, you lost it again in 1945, you fought to regain it in 1989, and now you have Russia nearby trying to crush the freedom of your neighbor, and you've got an election in a month's time, which many of you feel is decisive for the future of your democracy. The embarrassing difficulty for liberals, and the thing we need to understand, is that no one, not even liberals, owns democracy. No one owns freedom. The nature of democratic debate is a constant argument, a fierce argument about what these words mean. Poles disagree vitally about democratic freedom, and it may be the central issue in the campaign. Both sides believe that they are defending freedom. For one side of the argument, freedom means freedom from foreign interference, freedom from Brussels, freedom to choose your own rulers, freedom to preserve language, culture, and tradition from unwelcome outside pressure and influence. The other side of the argument thinks freedom as national self-determination matters crucially, but it matters because what you want to defend is personal freedom, individual freedom, the freedom to think for yourself, the freedom to travel, the freedom to see the world, the freedom to think for yourself, to create, imagine, and live your own life. So there are two freedoms at stake here. They're not one. A collective freedom of collective self-determination, and an individual freedom, individual self-determination, and they're fighting it out inside your democracy. And this means, oddly enough, that one of the greatest enemies of freedom is freedom. So in the current election, one side speaks on behalf of a collective freedom of Poland to rule itself as a democratic state and protect its culture and identity. But this use of freedom might threaten the individual freedom of women to control their fertility, marry whom they please. It might threaten gays and trans people. So what freedom means to them might be tyranny for you. And just as there are a couple of different competing meanings of freedom, it's the same with democracy. One definition of democracy, which you all know, is its majority rule. The purpose of democracy is to preserve culture, identity, and national sovereignty, the collective. The second, and this is the liberal definition of democracy, is completely different. It's power, checking power, to keep the people free. The purpose of democracy is freedom, to safeguard the freedom of individuals from the tyranny of the majority and the abuse of power by government. And that's why, in certain ways, the greatest enemy of democracy is democracy itself. The greatest enemy is the use of democracy to abolish democracy, to use democracy to curtail the freedom which is what democracy is for. The best way to weaken individual freedom is to claim that what you're doing represents the will of the majority. And an autocrat's most dangerous claim is the people are behind me. So this is what's really at stake in every election, but especially in this election. It's not just who wins or loses, but whether the argument itself gets to continue, whether those who may lose this time get the chance to win next time. And to be a Democrat, to be a genuine Democrat all the way down, is to understand that these arguments are what democracy is for, and that the argument never ends. And if any of you are tempted to hope for an end to the argument, for final victory over your opponents, to silence your opponents once and for all, you're not a Democrat. What you're hoping for is tyranny. Let me talk a little bit more about how the use of democratic rhetoric and the rhetoric of freedom can end up destroying democracy. My example is Hungary. I'm married to a Hungarian, by the way, and for 5 years I was rector of Central European University in Budapest until Viktor Orban defined us as public enemy number one, and after a fierce battle threw us out. Poles don't need to be told how much your current regime has learned from Viktor Orban, or that both of you have very similar political traditions. You both had to build democracy on the ruins of a communist political culture and an authoritarian tradition going back into the 30s. You both joined the EU in 2004, and you hoped that membership in the EU would anchor democracy in Poland, partly by having an external check on the folly of your own politicians. It didn't turn out that way. Ivan Krastev, the Bulgarian analyst and a friend of many people in this room, once said, and I think it's a brilliant remark, that one of the worst mistakes that Western Europe made in respect of Eastern Europe was to assume that you folks wanted to be Western Europeans. You didn't want to be Western Europeans. You wanted to be Poles, but with a Western standard of living. And so an enormous resentment arose in Eastern Europe at the condescension of Western Europeans towards your national identity, your national project, your national vision, your national languages. And the people who absolutely heard that resentment were the authoritarian nationalists. And one of the sober lessons for liberals is we lost the national register. We lost the patriotic register. Somehow we didn't end up standing for a vision of Hungary and Poland at the heart of Europe, but also fiercely and strongly Polish and Hungarian. I'm talking from an outside point of view. You may disagree, but that's how I see why Orban and Kaczynski have been so successful. They've got a lock on a certain patriotic national discourse. The other mistake that Western Europe made, besides condescending to you, was believing that the EU would keep you on the democratic path. And what they didn't see was the ways in which nationalist demagogues, Orban and Kaczynski particularly, but Mečiar, many of the others, were able to blame Brussels for the high cost of the democratic transition. And so you have the grotesque spectacle, especially grotesque in Hungary, of Viktor Orban campaigning against Brussels, calling Brussels Moscow Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and on Saturday cashing the checks from Brussels. It's this double game, a cynical double game that in fact the Hungarian public has become collusive in, and this game may be going on in your country. And beyond this game, you know how you use democracy, a democratic mandate, to weaken democracy. Orban's done it, Kaczynski's done it. You rewrite the Constitution, you pack the court with your justices, you stack the electoral system to hurt the opposition. You consider politics as a form of war, and so you brand your opponents as traitors, as enemies of the people. You take control of the state media, you marginalize the free media that remains, and you stigmatize all external criticism from the outside as an attack on the people and the nation. You know all this. You've lived this.
I lived it in Hungary. But the painful part, the part we have to understand is that it has massive public support, or sufficient public support to give Viktor Orban 4 successive election victories. In other words, he's won that by legitimizing this as democracy, legitimizing this as the will and voice of the people. Now, there has emerged a difference between Orban and Kaczynski, which is extremely important, or a difference between Polish opinion and Hungarian opinion, which is extremely important, which is raised by the issue of Ukraine. Orban is the only member of NATO, only member of the EU to essentially collude with Putin's war on Ukrainian democratic freedom. And I think Poles understand instinctively how deeply wrong that is. I find it astonishing that it's occurring in a country. My wife remembers hearing the sound of the tank tracks of Soviet tanks in the street of her town in '56. That's a sound you don't forget. And somehow the Hungarian people are going along with collusion in the destruction of the democracy of a people on their very border. And again, what's disturbing is this has democratic support. Orban is not on his own. He has support in the country for these politics, which seem to me to be an abomination. Now, you're in the middle of an election campaign about these and other issues, and you're in the grip of what I would call the politics of enemies. Mr. Kaczynski calls Mr. Tusk an enemy of the people. Mr. Tusk replies by calling Mr. Kaczynski an enemy of the people. And this is the politics of enemies. I would observe how damaging this is for democracy itself. Democracy, the genius of democracy when it works well, is that it manages competition for power as a competition not between enemies who want to destroy you, but between adversaries who compete for power but are willing to accept the result and seek to compete again. An adversary only wants to compete with you. An enemy wants to destroy you. A democracy that is divided by a politics of enemies is a democracy that has a very, very great difficulty of recovering from the bitterness of election campaigns. Democratic politics is supposed to bring people together in a collective display of their authority, but instead a politics of enemies is dividing the country, rural against urban, young against old, secular versus religious, high income versus low income. And the problem with the politics of enemies is that it works. And it has the devastating effect on democracy of convincing many voters that authoritarian solutions are the answer to democracy's problems. Because an authoritarian will put a stop to all this conflict, all this division, all this argument, bring us all together. The politics of enemies, by slow steps, can take you to an authoritarian result you did not intend. And that's why it's truly dangerous for liberals to succumb to that politics. And a politics of enemies works in another way. It suppresses votes. People say, oh, I'm tired of the argument. I'm sick of this fighting. Let's stay home. To hell with all of them. And when you do that, you get the worst of all possible results. So those who win the election will have to pick up the pieces, and those who lose it will have to start all over again. And when the stakes are this high, it becomes easy to start hating your fellow citizens. Why do they vote for these people? Don't they realize the harm they're doing to our country? And this issue of hatred for those you disagree with is a real issue. It's an issue increasingly in the United States, and it may be an issue in Poland. I hope the opposition wins, if I can declare a personal preference, but what if they don't?
Do you end up disliking your fellow citizens, giving up on democracy, sliding back into private life, concluding you're right and everybody else is wrong? What you risk doing when you do that is sliding back to what in the communist times was called inner immigration. You live in the country, but you're now no longer of the country. You've seceded. It's a terrible thing, a bitter thing, to live in a country where the other side appears to control everything. I should know, we were thrown out of Hungary, and my wife Susanna feels it toxic to be back in the land of her birth. But it's very important to resist that sense of hatred for the people you're competing with in politics. And the other thing I think is terribly important, everybody in the room is telling me this is a linchpin election, a key election. Fine. I've lived so long, I know there's always another key election right after this one. It never stops, folks. It goes on. And the test of your faith in democracy is not when it delivers the results you want, but when it doesn't. I should know, I ran an election and lost badly. It's when you lose that you have to decide whether you really believe in democracy. And one of the democracy's biggest problems is that it has no natural constituency. People want their party to win, but they don't necessarily care that democracy wins. And I think we need to recall why we care about democracy, not simply because it gives us the result we want, gets the people in office that we want. It's the only system in the world that respects you as an agent, that says it's up to you. It's the only political system that addresses you as a sovereign individual and purports to respect you as an individual. The problem with the democratic campaigns we witness everywhere is that they are so full of lies, so full of manipulation, so full of viciousness, that democracy itself is deeply tarnished. You never feel, as a citizen, that you're being addressed as a sovereign choosing individual. And this is how you can lose democracy. If democracy ceases to address you as a sovereign individual, you stop caring about democracy. But what matters more than who wins or loses in next month's election is democracy itself. The institutions that represent you, the checks and balances that keep power in check, the flow of information that allows you to make free choices, and the rules that everyone has to obey, rich or poor. I guess I'm saying make democracy, not party, your ultimate allegiance. Figure out for yourself which kind of freedom you mean, which kind of freedom you value, that collective freedom, that individual freedom. What idea of democracy do you care about? Majority rule or power, checking power to keep the people free? You've got a choice of party, but you've also got a choice of understanding what the hell these words mean to you. And finally, remember, the battle's never over. The battle's never over. This election is important, but there'll be other elections that are important. And if you have a longer perspective, you realize your job as a parent, your job as a young person is to ensure that there will be democracy for your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren. That's the stake in this and in every election. Thanks for listening.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem, zajmowała się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji.
Kobieta decyduje.
Dzień dobry.
Dobry.
A mogę drugą? Dla szwagra.
Dla szwagra.
Serio? Dla szwagra? Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, by zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez bicu.